Hey, 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 it's your girl, your favorite paralegal, aka Cassandra Lynn, and welcome to Legal Doc Talk 24/7. This is the true crime. I think I might call it true crime talk. Legal Doc Talk, true crime talk. I think I might roll with that. But this is the true crime edition. We are trying to finish up the preliminary hearings for the Naziah Harris case involving the main and only suspect, Jarvis. But hopefully just kind of going in order, listening to the testimonies of certain individuals really helps you guys. I know it does help me because the things that I have been seeing, I've been doing my due diligence behind scenes, kind of listening to people in particular Shannon Harris. There is a video that is now floating across social media in regards to her um, and the pregnancy test for Naziah. Yeah, it's wild. We have caught them in so many lies, especially the grandmother and the Shannon. Those are my two um people that I'm really eyeing. My question is, now that it is going to trial, and what this is the 36 district court, so it has moved to the circuit court. Um, I'm trying to think, is it the sixth or the third? I believe it's the third circuit court. Well, where the criminal trial will take place. Now, we have come to find out that Annette and Shannon has pretty much lied under oath based off of what has been revealed on social media. I hope that the prosecution will subpoena any and every, how can I say this? Any and every social media platform in regards to anything that's dealing with Naziah and Shannon and Annette Harris, because there have been things that came out that we know for a fact they lied. But so today, I'm gonna save that till after we get finished with the preliminary hearings. So today is going to be a lot more of what we saw yesterday. More experts coming out, more detectives coming out. I did see that they showed the uh interrogation of Jarvis Butts, so that is also in there. So it's a lot of things that we definitely need to pay attention to once once the trial starts, but also when we are scrolling through social media and we're watching everything unfold behind the scenes out of the courtroom. um so yeah, let me go ahead. So how I did this, I broke it up, or I can fast forward, but in total it is 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm just going to do 2 hours in the morning, and probably this afternoon I'm going to do the remainder of the 2 hours, and that will actually take care of the fourth day of the preliminary hearing. And then tomorrow we'll do the January 9th preliminary hearing, and that is where the judge pretty much gives her ruling as to the charges and the next steps for this trial against Jarvis Butts. So, as I stated before, this is going to be a 2-hour live. So, if you're at work, just definitely tune in. Do pay attention to the screen if you can, because there are some things that they are going to show on the Zoom that can help us, for those who are actually sitting out here investigating and doing what we're doing on the outside. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play. Just remember, you guys can interact with me. I'm working behind the scenes, but I'm also paying attention to the chat and listening to the hearing. So definitely feel free to, leave a comment, speak out to me, ask questions, and I will respond. All right, so let's tap on into this. This is January 8th preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record?
Lisa Johnson.
How are you employed? And how long have you been employed by Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Right now, homicide call case.
Can you pull that microphone down
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes.
And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Zaya Harris?
I did.
And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Do you, you're assisting in the investigation, take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Harper Culture.
And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay, and it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from Mary?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
Okay. And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's proposed exhibit 19? Yes. Thank you. Handing you Marcus People's proposed exhibit 19. Can you tell me, you recognize what they just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Preston as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 19. Objection.
Okay, exhibit as people's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out the room?
Jarvis, our Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
And without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive.
And is there a phone number associated with that person?
Yes, yes.
And what's that phone number?
313-585-8719.
And what is the day that this hotel room was checked out?
January 9th, 2024.
And is there a room number that was checked out?
Yes, room 69.
And is there a time that it was checked out?
Checked out at 12:30 p.m.
And is there a checkout date?
That was the checkout time.
So-
Check-in was 9:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Did you do anything with this receipt once you received it?
Yes, we got the receipt and we forwarded it to Sergeant Jones.
And was this physical receipt itself placed on evidence?
Yes.
Let me put it in.
Okay, cross.
Thank you.
Johnson, you said that when you went to the Park Crest Motel, you spoke with the clerk.
Yes.
Was that clerk, the clerk that was there themselves on the night?
I don't believe so. We spoke with the clerk who forwarded us to the manager. We waited on the manager to come in. He brought the receipt back.
Did either the clerk or the manager that you spoke with indicated that they had any recollection of seeing Mr. Butts on the night?
No.
Okay. Did you spoke with anybody at the Park Crest Motel who did seem to indicate that they had familiarity with Mr. Butts?
Not for that particular night. A few people said they may have seen him prior, but not for sure.
Did you get the impression that he's kind of a frequent flyer there?
Somewhat.
Did you notice when you were there, if there are any cameras in the parking lot or around the door?
Yes, there's cameras.
There's cameras. Where are they located?
I can't be specific right now. I know there is cameras in the lobby and there are some outside on the perimeter.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Nothing for the judge.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, people would call Detective Sarah Mark. Do you state your name for the record?
Yes, Sarah Markle.
And how are you employed today?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department.
And I want to take your attention back to January of 2024. At that time, were you assigned to a specific division within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, back then I was assigned to major crimes homicide.
And what was your role in major crime homicide at that time?
To do phone extractions,
And is that something you did on a regular basis?
it was.
And would you doubt or extract upwards of 1,000 phones a year?
Yes, I was averaging around 2,000 phones per year.
Something that you were trained to do at that time and are trained to do?
Yes,
Okay. Were you provided with multiple devices in this case relating to the investigation into the death of Isaiah Harris?
I was.
And who provided you those devices, or which unit provided you those devices primarily?
Homicide.
Specifically, cold case or missing persons?
The missing persons squad within homicide.
And just very briefly, can you talk about what a phone extraction or forensic extraction is from the cell?
Yes, so to put it in just very simple terms, it is making a copy of everything that's within a device. It's using special software in order to do that, to make sure that the information or that copy is done in a secure manner. But it is just making a copy, connecting the phone to the software program on a computer and making a copy of anything that is inside the phone.
And does that include things like messages, user accounts, photos, videos, things like that?
Correct.
And contacts that the
Yes.
person has? Okay.
Yes.
And is there a way that you go about that process that allows yourself or the OIC or a prosecutor or defense attorney to be able to view and understand what the data that was on the phone?
Yes, so when the extraction is done, the report is put into what's called the Celebrate Reader program. The reader program is provided to the officer in charge of the case, and a copy is put on evidence. That program that contains all of the information from the extraction is the reviewable format or copy that anybody can look at who has the actual report.
And so after it's put into that readable format, anyone would be able to go in and click around and see different dates and times and things like that of when things were sent or received.
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include something called a preliminary device report?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just the basic information about the device that was extracted. So you'll get the identifying information on that device, the phone number, the IMEIs, types of basic identifying information.
And in this case, you did multiple phones, but in particular, did you do a phone with the last four digits of, for the phone number 2510, if you remember?
It sounds familiar. I could verify the actual exact number if I could see myself.
May I approach that?
Yes.
You can take a look at that, detective, and then look back up at me when your memory's refreshed.
Yes, 2510 was the last one.
And was there a name associated with that account?
Yes,
And what was that name?
well, with the phone, yes.
With the phone, yes, sorry.
Yes, that was a consent from Tijuana Butts,
And you said consent, what do you mean by that?
that the owner of the device consented to a forensic search of the phone.
And you need consent or a search or a valid signed search warrant to do your job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you performed an extraction and placed an extraction on evidence for that phone number and that account or that device?
I did.
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit the full extraction as exhibit 57, people's proposed 57.
I didn't hear you.
No objection.
Okay, it will be amended as People's Exhibit 57.
And may I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as people's proposed 58. Just for identification purposes, detective, is that the preliminary device report associated with the device for Tijuana Butts?
Yes, the
First two pages of that.
first two pages are,
And that includes the number on there ending in 2510,
it does,
and that includes your name on there as well.
correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
And detective, another device that you extracted in this case, was that for a phone number ending, or for the full number of 313-585, sorry, 313-585-8719?
Yes,
And what was the name associated with that phone?
that was done through a search warrant.
And was there a person, a name associated with that phone, if you remember?
No, so if it's a search warrant phone, there isn't a name that I would attach to it.
But that was the number on the cell phone number was ending in 8719?
Correct.
And did you do that same process and perform and place an extraction on evidence for that phone as well?
Yes,
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit proposed exhibit 43, which would be the extraction for the phone number ending in 871.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be amended as People's 43.
And may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Approaching with what's been marked as people's proposed 45. Do you recognize what I just handed you, detective?
yes,
And is that the preliminary device report for the phone number ending in 8719?
it is.
Move to admit people's proposed 45.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be amended as People's 45.
And very quickly, detective, I want to direct your attention. Well, let me ask you this. Are there user accounts included in the preliminary device report?
Yes, this isn't the user account section, but within the device information, there is an Apple ID account associated with it.
Okay, and if you could flip, I think it's on the 5th page of that 10-page document.
I'm sorry, you said page 5?
Do you see user accounts later in that document on subsequent pages?
Yes, on page 7.
7, sorry, thank you. And I want to direct your attention to the user account section for go to line 20.
Yes,
And is there a user account listed on line 20 for an email?
there is.
And what kind of email is that?
It's a Gmail?
And is there the actual email address listed in that section as well?
Yes.
And what's the email address for the Google or Gmail account?
JarvisBus82@gmail.com.
And going to line just a couple down on 24, is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes,
And what is that for?
this is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is
And can you read that?
JO back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes,
And is that number, that unique identifying number listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
yes, in the second column, there, it says user ID,
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628540051.
And just in general, in preliminary device reports, are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well? Maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated
Yes,
with.
yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
Maybe we'll move.
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from it? And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No,
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
so there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. And the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where, after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone, where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually we go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Good morning, Detective Markle. Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction.
Correct,
Have you been reassigned since then?
yes,
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
the third precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative, the precinct detective. Unit.
So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone extraction.
Correct,
You did no investigation on this case, correct?
correct.
I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction on the phone?
Well, that was, at that time, my only, position at Homicide, so to order me or to just do?
In this particular case, did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So were there an order to extract the evidence in this case?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order, like, did somebody order, like, verbally tell me to do something, or are you talking?
So you weren't
search warrant
directed
order?
to search these phones? You were just your overall duties, you just searched the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular a suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case, I do the extractions, and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the, or that team that is working on the case.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified, you used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yeah, Cellbrite was, Cellbrite was the main tool
Okay.
that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct,
It may not be a complete download.
correct.
You may get pieces, but other parts we just don't have. Correct?
Yes, that is always possible.
Okay. You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending in 8719,
Yes.
you downloaded the information from that? Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I think that would be nice.
Now, Coach Young?
Yes. On the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, like, proper term, break into the phone.
Correct,
The passcode was provided.
yes,
Where'd you get the passcode from?
from the officer in charge when the phone was brought up.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that phone,
Yeah,
email accounts.
in that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the accounts or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone, I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct,
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, correct?
correct.
And of course, there's no way to know who was using the phone when the data was created in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Before you call your next witness, I want to check on the case.
I will.
Ms. Burger. I'm sorry, good morning, Judge. I'm okay, how are you? Fine. Who do you have today? I'm just doing time between exams. Okay, thank you. Right in the hallway or not?
You should see.
Ms. Ray, do you have any information on Canon yet?
Dismissal.
Okay. All right, we both of those. Even, I'll talk to Ms. Well, it's Ms. Cameron. Her attorney is out first. We'll go with that. Okay, so let's do the Senate paperwork. Okay. Yes. All right. And Cameron is not in custody, right? No. She in hallway, right?
Yeah, she should be.
Yeah, I think she in hallway. Can you have Ms. Cameron come in so we can do them right after this later?
Caitlin Cameron.
Caitlin Cameron.
Let's take this cup out this one.
No, you can't see her.
Yes, she's.
Are you Ms. Cameron? Have a seat. We're gonna call your case next.
She's in the sweep service. She's in the sweep. Everything you're saying right now, everyone can hear you, and it needs to get
I just realized that this is another party, so I'm gonna fast
Standing on the record
forward
on Ms. Swain.
till we get to butts, back to butts. All right. You know, the cool thing about this is that judges every now and then they'll have another case where they got to come in and do it right quick. So this was pretty cool. So going back, let's hop right on into it. So the next person is coming up to testify.
Thank you, Judge. You say your name for the record,
My name is Omar Reyes.
and what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Maine County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 16,
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes,
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US where I did my residency training for anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical College, Wisconsin, and passed the board examination in anatomic, clinical, and forensic
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes,
And can you just separate those out?
yes, so I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology, so I'm certified.
And then, is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you currently practiced or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Michigan?
Yes,
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
yes,
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't see the relevance of Dr. Ray's testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. That would be the matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer of proof, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of the Zia's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes,
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
yes,
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case.
No.
I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records that he reviewed for any relevance of the medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it was relevant because we provide offer proof as to why the witness is on the stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right, we object or on cross. So, yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time too, and I should have done this before I called him, I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October 2023 for Ms. Jarvis.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Ms. Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period. I don't see how these are relevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January the 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several year period for her where, as again, an offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life threatening that we saw in these records.
I would agree. Overruled. I would admit that people's exhibit 18.
18 years. Thank you. May I approach that?
Yes.
Approaching is what's now been admitted equals 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes,
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
yes,
And
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as people's proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, a proposed 42, Doctor?
yes,
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not in evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because the expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and we don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Ray's job to declare death, and we don't have a declaration of death. We've seen no government, no paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted as evidence at this point. And the underlying data that he relied on is there, so that does conform with MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
Of course, it's a little difficult, like, because I don't see exhibit 42, what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph.
The last paragraph, which assumes the fact that I don't believe has been placed in evidence and is beyond the ken of Dr. Ray's expertise in this matter.
Cause of death.
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which, Judge, obviously, Ms. Quick is getting to one of the main issues in this case, and one of the big questions in this case that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument, and we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Ray has relied on is in evidence, and certainly this court can take that document and proposed exhibit for what it says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection of it.
Thank you, Judge.
That'll be exhibit 42.
Thank you. And Doctor, were you requested to do this medical record review by a certain agency?
Yes.
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Yes. The last paragraph states, as we do not know the Messiah's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Messiah to die naturally?
No.
I don't agree.
I just have one, I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. Maybe the medical records are from January 14, 2023.
January 2014 to October of 2023. July 2023. I'm sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission. Very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Reyes. So just to be clear, you are not Messiah Harris's treating physician.
No.
So you don't have any knowledge, no personal knowledge of Messiah Harris.
No.
Or any medical issues that she may or may not have had. Your role in this case was only to review medical records that were supplied to you.
Correct.
Your actual job is to perform autopsies, correct?
Correct.
Also, well, and an autopsy is examining a person who is deceased, right?
Yes.
And determining a manner or cause of death.
Yes.
You can also interpret toxicology.
Correct.
And that results,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Is it your job to declare somebody as deceased? Typically.
typically, I am the pronouncing doctor, when we respond to a death on the scene.
Okay, so if you were to go and view something yourself.
Yes.
And have personal knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident.
Correct.
Okay. So if you don't have a body, you can't really opine as to whether a person is in fact deceased, fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that you wrote a letter to the prosecutor in this case.
Yes.
And in that letter, well, what did you review in preparation of writing that letter?
Are the medical records that were provided by the Wayne County prosecutor?
And those are just the medical records that, that you have been referring to?
Yes.
And is that all that you have reviewed?
Yes.
Do you have any other personal knowledge of the circumstances of this case?
No.
Okay.
Can you redirect?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. You all set? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, people will call Rion Green. Oh, before we do that, Judge. You just step outside. Sorry. Judge, if I may just very briefly move for the admission of people's proposed exhibits 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56, which are MSP records 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10 under MCL 76611B.
And for purposes of exam, we have no objection.
Thank you. And at this time,
I'm sorry, I just want to repeat, 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
correct.
Okay.
And then at this time, we would call Rihanna.
Yes. Watch your step. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge. You testify so you can hear you better.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rian. This is my first name. Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any, first, what is your primary role and what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police Lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, I spent almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost.
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yeah, so my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. And my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training which included practice samples, mock samples, paperwork observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training? Or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job? If you-
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long.
Yes,
And did you successfully complete that training?
yes,
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those proficiencies?
Yes,
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted for law enforcement agencies in the almost 4 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100. I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I moved to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes,
In both in Wayne County and outside Wayne County?
just one time.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I moved to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection? I'm just asking how many times you testified previously
Previously as a scientist too.
as an expert?
Yes.
How many?
Two.
Two, okay. No objections. Okay.
And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily. Is there a test that you've used and used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test and talk about or different tests?
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay, PHENOLPHCHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a 2-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color technically.
And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call hemosticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. Touch it to your cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes, so again, it's a 2-step test where you have the phenol solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1-for-1, 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2, and then it'll change to the pink color, or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of blood.
Possible presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood. We call that the hemotrace, I believe.
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain in the, for example, a particular stain, you extract it in a buffer solution that comes in the hemotrace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette. And there's a cartridge test, and it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test, where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive, if not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41. And Mr. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant to this case?
yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there?
This is record 7.
And is that, what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish exhibit.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes,
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hands? That's on the screen.
that is the same document. Yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh. And moving down to evidence review, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side there, can you hear me okay when I turn this way? Okay.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered in our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number though, is that also included in the evidence review?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie.
And what agency number included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical disability?
Bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from the police department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood. Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes,
And did you also test for semen as well?
yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what was your, first, what is that test called?
This, the test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any, what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie.
Correct.
And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did, is how, for some reason, that's how our system, our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the phenol or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood, you described that as a blood test, correct?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay, and can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood, and I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
But some of them did.
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't.
I
Or
wouldn't
with
know.
looking at photos of that, be able to help you answer that question.
Looking at photos, yes, it was,
Okay, we will come back to that.
okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes,
Let's just go down the list of the
Okay.
tests, if that's okay, as they're listed up here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
the next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were phenopositive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay, and pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No,
That's what the hemotrace is for.
the hemotrace will tell us, yes.
Sorry. And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemostix test, correct?
Mhm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one too, on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemostix, because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemostix has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue when you apply the sample to it, so.
And
that's
so,
what I followed up.
as it's listed here, the hemostix test was positive, correct?
For the ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct,
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno,
yes,
and did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here. There's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there?
Where it says, where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean? And why did you include that in the report? Why is that?
That sums up the result on page 1 for the hemotrace, hemostix, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood or for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of after you conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to reserve more swabs for further testing by DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs. And cut those, once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first. Of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemostains and hemotrace?
So with the hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab, I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you send forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach that?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson. Just looking at that report, Ms. Green, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number for container number 5.
Yes.
And can you read the agent or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay, the container or the item number on here for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5 capital A lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5 capital B lower D. And MD 24-691-5 capital C lower D.
And the first 2 ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab.
Correct.
And what's the difference between those 2 things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested. And that test, the pheno test and hemotrace. The 5 CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That would be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve, cuffs.
Yeah. And those are the swab, so just to swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that stuff, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mhm.
What was the result of the pheno test of the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further into the hemotrace or hemostatic steps?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send a tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, sir.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6 capital A lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691-6 capital B lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, sorry, the regular swap, not the same swap for this, for item or container 6 that you sent forward. That was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier.
For the wearer ID, it's the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area because it was like a sleeveless item. I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly, first, what was that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Neziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
Thank you. And may I approach Mr. Richard? And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package. I lay it out to get a full picture of the item, and I take photos after I mark it up with like my and
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit people's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
Objection. It would be a minute, people 64.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior, the clothing item, front and back of the exterior, and in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here at the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after the female testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess, like shoulder to torso of the garments.
And you have some words inputted on the top right, indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to some of the viewers, such as yourself, would look at this photo and see the pH-N. That's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno-negative.
Okay. And we go to slide 20. sorry. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item, so like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it would be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those things.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out, so that's why we can see that what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now it could be real simple. And this says on here PH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes,
And so that area on the inside of the, if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the
correct,
possible presence of blood.
correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did,
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
yes,
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly accurately depict your observations as you're testing move forward of the black hood?
yes.
Move to admit people's proposed. People's proposed 44, so we got a little mix up.
No objection.
Maybe a minute.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before, is this before any testing has been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles, that's why so many pictures. But
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing has been done?
yes,
And we go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
this is the interior portion that would be in contact, like if you pull the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head. That's
Yes.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking at here, and has any testing been done at this?
This is, after testing, this is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie and I marked those areas that had fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR with the infrared is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would drop would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with the yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie. Are you able to tell us, and I know you said it's color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down a little bit.
So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there. given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of
Closer
certain
up.
areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated.
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it, so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's,
It's a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible in blood.
okay. If we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screen?
Yes,
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
this is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. It was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this agreement to say on that?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
Okay,
bicep area. Yes.
for the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Right. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct, like, I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swatch, and it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just, I start from number one and I just go, it's a tracking system for me, so I will double test the stain. And because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's enough, that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall.
I'm going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the Hematrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third and fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the Hematrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw it on the sweatshirt.
And You would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood, towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at the, where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive? If you remember.
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
We have one moment.
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were pheno positive and chemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also chemotrace positive and pheno positive.
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, like, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger pheno positive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
Before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she
Oh.
was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back right side,
No, I just wanted the record to be clear.
from the lower back.
Thanks.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience? Is there that much higher, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say, it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take that?
No, you,
You indicated earlier that it's the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I will not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
When looking at your notes and refresh your memory,
Yes.
then please do so and then look back at me when you refresh. Is your memory fresh?
Yes,
What stain swab number that you gave it is 580?
5AB will be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 22,
Correct,
and that's the back right, lower back right side?
correct.
I have another pretty interesting.
Who's handling this witness, Mr. Rings or Mr. One moment off the record. Ready? Yep. The people of the state of Michigan versus Patrice Denise Johnson, 2460998. Ms. Johnson is charged with count 1, assault against weapon. No, sir. Thank you. I'll take ready to proceed. No, sir.
Number 602.
Excuse me?
One.
I'm trying to.
Mr. Mahana, after cross, I'll call your.
I'm trying to scroll through the other defendants because she's hearing side cases. So give me a second. Let me get to the testimony. Give me 1 second.
Matter.
Number of spots on the left.
To Mr. Butts.
All right, we back at it.
24604. Excuse me. Wrong. 2459617. The people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. You just completed direct examination on the screen. And you can begin your cross. Ready now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Green.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start just by going over some of the things I think you testified to make sure that I'm clear. And so we'll start with the black hoodie, because that's where we started, I think, on direct. You tested a number of spots on the black hoodie. Well, I guess you started with the IR, you said, right? To determine if any of the spots you could see were potentially blood.
Potential.
Some of those spots could have been, dirt, mud, anything else, right? That could have created a color of the spot on the shirt or the hoodie, fair to say?
Very safe.
Okay. And so once you marked all of the spots that tested presumptively positive under, well, I guess you started with the ALS, that was your screening. Right, and then you went from there to the IR.
Correct.
And then from there you went to the phenolphthalein.
Correct.
Okay. And so of all the spots that you tested,
Shout
there
out
were 3 that were
to Wonder
positive
Woman,
for
5
blood, is that
months.
correct?
Whoop whoop.
On the black
On the
hoodie,
black hoodie.
there were multiple that tested positive, but I focused on the ones that had a stronger phenol positive or the ones that.
Okay, and you said you didn't do any confirmatory testing on the ones that tested weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. you said of all of those you sent to for testing for DNA.
Yes.
And then moving on to the pink jumpsuit, again, you tested a number of spots on the jumpsuit for, for blood, presence of blood, correct?
Possible prejudice.
And it, based on my review of the pictures, it looks like there was at least 10 spots that you tested. Is that fair to say?
There was at least 10 on the page.
I think I saw a number like 16, and I don't know if that's where it ended or, but that seems fair, between 10 and 20 maybe.
Possibly more, but yes.
Okay. And was there only one spot on the jumpsuit that tested, that you confirmed the blood?
Well, it wasn't, it was tested with pheno, which is the possible presence of blood. I didn't do the human trace to confirm that it's human blood because of a limited amount of sample. But yes, it was the one.
There was one.
Yes,
And it was a small enough stain that you were concerned of that it would be consuming if you tried to do additional testing.
yes,
And that's, we're talking about, just for clarification, the spot on the actual jumpsuit, right? The spot that you were swabbing was small.
correct.
Okay. And you don't know what all the other areas on the jumpsuit were that you tested that had different colors,
As far as what they were,
what the substance was.
no.
We're also given a number of other samples of things to test. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you tested some trunk carpet,
Yes,
and that was, you tested that for with phenolphthalein, correct?
correct.
And that was negative.
Yes,
You tested a driver's floor mat
yes,
from a vehicle.
yes,
You tested that for blood, presence of blood
yes,
using the phenolphthalein,
correct,
and that was negative.
correct.
You tested driver's seat, cutting from a driver's seat,
Yes,
and that's also from a vehicle, presumably.
yes,
Okay, that was also negative.
correct.
And then there's a sample that was taken from, it says trunk trim. Did you swab the trim yourself, or was it a swab that was given to you to test? Do you recall?
I did receive a large plastic piece from a trunk trim that I did test, yes.
Okay, and so you tested that also for phenolphthalein, or with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, sorry.
Correct,
And that tested negative.
correct.
Okay, so of all the things that you tested from, do you know if you were all from the same vehicle?
I received parts from what was labeled on the package from 2 different vehicles on different submissions.
Okay, do you know what type of vehicles they were?
One was listed on the submission form as a Cadillac Escalade, and there was another one, it was a vehicle, a Nissan Sentra, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. And so on separate vehicle, you were given some, well, it looks like maybe you were given actual door handles to swap. Does that seem correct?
I didn't receive any door handles, I received swabs of
Of the door
certain
handle?
parts of vehicles, yes.
Okay, and that was from a vehicle.
Yes,
Okay, and you tested that for blood, correct?
correct,
And you used the phenolphthalein test,
correct,
and also it looks like you did the hemostix test on that,
correct.
and both were negative.
Oh, negative, yes,
You were also given some swabs from a trunk speaker,
yes,
and you did the same 2 tests on that, correct?
yes,
And those were also negative for blood.
yes,
And then it looks like you had another trunk door frame swab.
yes,
And were you just given the swab, or you weren't given like the door yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you tested that with both the hemostix and the phenolphthalein,
correct,
and those were both negative?
yes.
And I just kind of want to talk, I guess, generally about the presence of blood, or lack of presence of blood. blood doesn't necessarily, or the presence of blood doesn't necessarily disappear just because you do something, fair to say?
It's possible.
But it's possible that it would not test positive for blood, but it also, something that had been cleaned could also test positive for blood still, even though I don't see it.
Correct.
So for example, if I cut my finger with a knife and I get blood on the floor, wipe it with a Clorox wipe, somebody can still test that for blood and potentially see evidence of blood having been there.
Potentially.
I mean, there's tools like luminol that can detect blood, correct?
Correct.
And I think you used that in one of your other tests in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So it is used, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blue Star is another tool that can be used to detect blood if there's an assumption or presumption that it's been cleaned, or to say,
It is. We don't use Blue Star though.
you use luminol instead.
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a test that can timestamp the presence of biological material, right?
We do not.
So you can't testify when blood is deposited, or presumptively blood is deposited on an item.
I cannot.
You also don't have a test for how it got there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think anything else, thank you.
Very good question. Ms. Green, Ms. Quick just asked you about the samples that tested positive or presumptively positive of the phenolphthalein and the chemosticks or chemotrix. You said you focused on the strong ones. First, what do you mean?
Depending on the amount of possible blood that's there, sometimes the reaction can be like a stronger pink or a faint pink, or it can be a glaring pink. It just depends on how much ones that's there. But I also had ones that were like instant bright pink. That's what I consider a stronger pink.
And those are the ones that you focused on for sent forward for further DNA testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and when you go through and do all of that work that you did in terms of the ALS, the IR, and the pheno testing, and the semen testing, what is the reason that you're doing that? Is it to get the best possible sample to go forward, or is it something else?
That is true, to get the best possible sample going forward. The one that we possibly have the most body fluid in it, we sent for DNA. And in this case, I conducted semen testing as well as the blood testing, because when the clothing was submitted, the person that received the case and had case details, it was possible sexual assault listed on the lab request form.
Okay, so that's the reason you did semen testing?
Correct.
I feel like I'll start.
You guys, thank you. Okay, to make these exciting, you look at your watch.
It's actually, but. Judge, I think with the scheduling, or with now, would be the best to see. Yeah.
Lunch break, okay. How many witnesses do you register? Two more?
Two.
So that'd be the officer in charge and,
Christopher James, he's going to be here.
okay. We have one matter we have to handle anyway, so how about come back at 1:45, you can finish both of them?
I believe that's Mr.
Okay. Possibly. Okay, we'll come back at 1:45 to finish. That's my.
Thank you.
Okay. So I believe that they are going on lunch break. Let me just make sure. Yeah, according to my notes. Alrighty. So I'm gonna just go ahead and let this play out. So I'm gonna scroll to the second half of this, and y'all are more than welcome to stay tuned in. But I'm just trying to get this. I'm trying to get this situated. So that way we can get through this. So thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for chatting. Thank y'all for asking questions and everything. But I think once I get finished with this half, then tomorrow I'm going to do the final preliminary hearing, and I don't know how long that one is. But so the second half is going to be another 2 hour and 10 minutes. So I don't know what y'all doing if y'all are at work. And this is making the time go by fast. I hope that's what it's doing, but at least you guys are still kind of getting a glimpse of what took place in the preliminary hearing and why the judge ruled in her favor the way she did. So I'm going to go ahead and skip through there. I'm gonna play it from right here. So from this point on, it is going to be a 2 hour and 10 minute um, video.
I swear you in, raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and take a seat, watch your steps going to the clock. Whenever you're ready, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record? And how are you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer,
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
I want to take you back to January 30th, 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes.
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
Yes.
Okay, what unit were you in?
So,
And were you working back on January 30th, 2024?
yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, well, I guess in your role in cyber crimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics. Or,
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform an extraction on a tablet back on January 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And who was this who got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
Pulling the data from the phone.
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
Yes.
And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
Place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of this.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that she performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not moved for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction. And I believe it's we're proposing exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
Yes.
Okay. And Journal may approach.
Yes.
Now, I'm handing you what's marked as proposed exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is the document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
So, summary.
I'm sorry, the door open, what did you say?
An extraction summary, a report, a summary of,
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device, which contains contact? And I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 60.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge? find some microphones, it's hard. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And officer, what, you're under man public?
Yes.
Fair to say that you are the examiner name, that would be you.
Yes,
And your organization is the Cyber Crimes Unit,
yes,
and the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
yes.
Okay, who is that person?
Investigator with, the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair? When you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes,
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram,
Okay, and what is the name associated with that?
J-Bo,
And what's an interaction status?
the chat participant,
Okay, and do you know what that means?
that they would be involved in the chat.
Okay, and in box number 1, where it says, let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that that Instagram account?
Yes,
Okay, and can you read that user ID for me?
it'll be 119-202-339-467-400.
I'm talking about for row number 1.
Well, number 1,
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay, and what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You need a phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2.
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
Friend.
And what's the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay, and what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there.
Yes,
Okay, and would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
yes,
Okay, and it says photos. Would be fair to say that would be a photo that's attached?
yes.
Okay, and I believe that's going to be page 3 of that report. When you click photos, this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account.
Yes.
Nothing further, George.
Yeah, we have no questions.
Okay. You're gonna testify. James, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
You swear to tell the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes,
And what is that?
I'm assigned to Homicide, Missing Persons Unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at Missing Persons since 2013,
And before that, where were you at?
patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years. So throughout the prior years to Missing Persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases,
Yes.
so a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family, and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger, or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes,
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no body case?
that would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So in a nobody case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry. When did you get the case of Ms. Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email. It was just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case and I know that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after our meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she was missing.
So when you first officially received this case, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Ms. was Jarvis. I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day, on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area. It wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video, it shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield Township. It's kind of like a little, just outside of Michigan. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis' Butts device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. Then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
That brings up a good point. A month behind on this investigation.
Yes,
So, that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
yes,
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras. And it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours, some of them is a week, some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now, I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me one of them. We're gonna go through that, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone on the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there was a Tahoe vehicle, Tashiyama, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Desire is.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. You started off with did a search warrant at Mr. Butt's home,
Yes,
and would that be the one on Wilshire?
yes,
Okay, and did you find anything at his house?
yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet. And we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes,
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
it included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Bucks had turned himself in to, is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes,
And that was back on February 7th, 2024.
correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving his sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly gonna be there till December.
And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes,
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
correct.
And that, that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And that led you to Ashiana Davis.
correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And that on Knapp Street.
Yes,
And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you.
yes,
Okay, and would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
yes,
Okay, and then you subsequently searched that vehicle.
yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant. It is given to, I was given to Sergeant, or I'm sorry, Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9,000 Connor.
And what's $9,000?
9,000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
And did you find anything or anything at 9,000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on. So I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed, the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was, Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there, her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment, to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Plunk's interview for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th, I would have to look.
And that's okay. There should be just a couple days after you get the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butt's first interview, which your Detective Mays here to testify about, did you do anything based on that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now, so like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. Throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched, as far as like land searches,
All kinds.
all kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti, as we did our workup and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter and cadaver dogs and we searched out Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone mapping a little bit more, on Mr. Butt's phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Bird.
What's out in 7 Mile and Bird?
So 7 Mile and Bird, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Bird, then heading back east, used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Bird, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Bird?
We went out once, it was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, It wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were gonna have to come back again once that melted, because it'd be easier to see underneath.
And so you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had, state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple 100 feet. And some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Bird, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description, we had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she was missing on the night. So we were looking for the black hoodie, we were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at Summerlinburg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black, when we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
So that would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right, continue.
Yeah, so on our initial search, we knew they were out there, the pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them, because again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie. And the shoes weren't matching, and there's a lot of clothing out there, there's a lot of shoes out there, there's people's clothes, there's all type of debris, so I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes. Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on, that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie, and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possession?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them, they're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police.
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bird, it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates and the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, did you interview a Tijuana bus?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts, and that she was concerned that she may have seen Desire, but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard?
Yes.
Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Marco was actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yeah, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 counter. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Intermediate go to local exhibit 85.
Yes.
I mean 58. Sorry. And it's marked local proposed exhibit 58. You look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a cell-right extraction report that was conducted by Detective Marco for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and the subsequent pages as it relates to Butts' phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed?
Yes.
I would the admission people's proposed exhibit 58.
No objection.
Be a minute, people's 58.
Thank you. And I want to direct you to the, this is going to be page 3 of the, so 4 of the report. Page 5. where, where does it say that, Ms. Butts was, from 3:45 PM to 5:16?
So it gives the location described, it's on here, it says Siglo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Counter Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know, whether, or do you know Mr. Butts's, 9,000 Connor Auto Shop to be, connected with the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to go back just a little bit, you said, you were kind of going through all the phone mapping, in order to kind of backtrack as to, you know, where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Now, she mapped certain locations. And she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Now, I want to direct you to, in People's Exhibits 33, 34, here a minute. The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is going to be 9,000 Counter.
Okay, and that's the address associated with Mr. Buck's auto shop.
Yes.
And is that the same for Exhibit 34?
Yes.
And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is going to be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What's the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is going to indicate 4 East Alexandria.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandria?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Bird.
Okay, and is that the same 7 Mile and Bird? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Bird area again?
7 Mile and Bird area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There was there's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before. And that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Bird. So we had also searched all the Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Ms. Smith had recovered.
Yes.
Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Buck's phone extraction, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
And you got a chance to go through, you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
yes,
Okay, and that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts.
correct.
And your may I propose to give it 63?
Yes.
And you are propose to give it 63. Can you tell me, you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains jarvisbutts82@gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page, and the second page is, what would those include?
The next pages include searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay, and does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant or jarvisbutts82@gmail.com?
Yes,
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 60.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do the minute as people 63?
Okay, and I want to go back to the first page, because it was the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
so it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82@gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th.
What year?
Yeah, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay, and it's fair to say that those are the entirety of all of the searches from those days.
It is not all of them, no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return.
Yes,
Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
so the first, you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So. Okay.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yeah, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 PM UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill. The
And
next
yes,
The next search is Immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 PM UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 PM UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org /blog/ can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 PM UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
The next one.
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 PM UTC. So again, minus 5 hours. And that site is, it's ansirh.org, research over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 PM. Over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill, how do I have an abortion using only the misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 PM UTC, so minus 5 hours. Specifically is searched is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Now, in that phone extraction that you went through with Mr. Butts, that Detective Marvel had admitted, were you able to go through and I know you had mentioned there was the Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers
Yes.
that have been associated with Messiah.
Yes,
When you went through Mr. Butt's phone extraction, did you find any of Messiah's Text Now numbers?
yes.
Okay. And do you recall what was on his phone? First of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
Yes,
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
yes. So the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back a week. I had another search warrant submitted to Text Now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
And when you found these Text Now messages on Mr. Butt's phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from text now, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through text now that were to that number that was assigned that Nazaya was using on text now.
That's what you got back from text now.
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Buck's phone.
Oh, Mr. Butt's phone specifically was just the messages from text now between him and Nazaya.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from text now, or?
No.
Okay. And I mean,
Yes.
approaching with people's, proposed exhibits 46 and 47. Can you tell me, exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone. And it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Buck's phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes. 231.
231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes,
Okay. And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Buck's phone.
correct.
And I move for the admission of those proposed exhibit 46.
We get rid of people's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd, 2023. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now I want to show you the proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
Yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Pluck's phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes.
Okay. And I would move the admission of proposed exhibit 47.
No objection.
We get rid of people's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
313-379-5882. Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
Now I want to show you what's already been admitted as people's proposed, or people's exhibit 15 and 16. And these are already admitted, these are certified copies of text now messages. I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In people's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates to them?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me, need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned to me.
Okay, so is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyatta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyatta Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Nazaya's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? It might be on the subscriber information.
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyatta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
And for the subscriber information in people's 16. Can you tell me who is the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Naziah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes,
What's that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes,
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Are you familiar with the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already been, how is it that you're familiar with that location?
this is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes,
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
yes,
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
yes.
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Did you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
yes, he's sitting behind the defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
And Your Honor, with the record reflected, witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts. And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that
that was at the Wayne County Jail.
at? And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Or about, and how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
And with Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education, speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
Did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there in it.
And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in reading those rights?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And you would start appeal towards the 26. Can you tell me what it is I just answered you?
So this is a Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice and rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of people was exhibit 26.
No objection.
Exhibit 26.
And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
And did he agreed to speak with you two?
Yes,
Okay, and I would ask for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
yes,
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan.
yes,
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date,
Not on that date, prior to that date,
several months before, yes.
in April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the word you were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances
When
to,
you interviewed Mr. Butts.
well, it's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object, this is a legal argument, only the client themselves can enforce their right, a defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question, was she told not, if she couldn't interview?
So on,
One second. Were you going to say something else?
But it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel told them, no, do not interview.
And Ms. Brooks, you're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking of?
Yeah, this was 2 months prior. That was not this day, this was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
yes,
You took it, where did you interview him from? At?
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, did you interview him on this was at, forgive me, Division 1
Yes,
beer? Did you interview him on his floor or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room and you and your partner interviewed him
Yes,
and you gave him his constitutional rights and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to your visit?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to your visit?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Yeah, we're going to pass volunteers.
Thank you. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes,
And how was it recorded?
it was recorded with a body worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay, so it's audio and video on body cam and then also.
Yeah, so 2 different factors.
So, it's fair that, you had seen this video prior to that,
Yes,
okay? And, when you saw that video from, May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
yes,
And I move to the admission of the proposed exhibit 27.
Objection.
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, did you have a chance to, prior listen to that?
yes,
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
yes,
And I move to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
The objection.
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you. And you also interviewed him. Let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
make clips this time. I'm not gonna play the entire. For the record, this is from exhibit 26 and it's clip 1.
Our auntie is my children's mother. She even reached out. You know what I'm saying? So, and we have a great relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like I say,
And this is clip 2.
you know what I'm saying? Like I say, when I found out this was, I actually went to it. You know what I mean? But I try to keep my distance away from them because I don't want you to be.
The history.
You know what I'm saying? So I have this best as
I can't hear anything you're saying.
He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can't hear one word.
This is starting with clip 2.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, when I found out this was, I actually went to it. You know what I mean? But I try to keep my distance away from them because I don't want you to be.
The history.
You know what I'm saying? So I have this as best as I could. I mean, I have the fires. You know, I don't have friends.
Right.
You know, so I have the fires. You said fires? Flyers. Oh, flyers.
Flyers.
In the area. I said my accusations towards you.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Buck keeping his distance given his history,
Yes,
and that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
that he was trying to help with flyers regarding Vanessa being missing, yes.
Now I'm gonna play clip 3.
What are the accusations? They said I knew her, I knew she was at, I was supposed to be in the area of some shit. This is what the detectives were telling me. I was supposed to be in the area at the time. I'm like, girl, I work in the fucking area.
Right.
That's what I'm saying to you. So,
Did they say why they picked you, or why came to you, or were you just
they,
alongside you?
yeah, I understand that they said they saw a text message. Talking about, am I gonna meet them? And I explained to the detective what that meant. You understand? Anytime when you saw a text message from they said she texted me, the right, what's it called? Am I gonna meet her? That's straight. And when the detective asked me, well, what's the place? I said, well, from time to time, I have them clean up, I have them do round jobs. And I owe them money, so a lot of times they don't get the money that day. I probably come the next day and I always go to the grandma's house. And I'm supposed to remember that I'm supposed to be at the grandma's house. I'm supposed to go to grandma's house and I got off work
Okay.
to give them the money.
Sure.
You understand what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
So,
Oh, I saw that.
so that was like a normal text that she would have been texting me. Yeah, like you guys text like, I owe money. And when you go bring me my money,
Yeah.
do you have any work for us? You know what I'm saying? And that was really, like I said, that was really good thing. Odd jobs when I paid them. Sometimes when I was working at Frank's, I said I'm late, so I'll have them come in and clean the office space.
Right.
We have a bathroom, clean the bathroom, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Organize this for me, and I would pay them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it would be jobs like that, nothing more.
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about, that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, you know, he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
And that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
But over,
They just said it was not supposed to be.
Do you remember that? And just, then you tried to tell them like it was for the money and they just weren't listening, or?
I remember that one text because we were busy that day.
Okay.
And I never, you know, I've seen it, and but like I said, I don't think nothing of it.
Okay.
now, he's referring to seeing a text message, but being busy.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what's that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him. And then he had assumed that he was gonna be picking them up by the grandma's house, and he had replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes,
What's the reason you came back the next day?
we had some more questions.
Okay, and, was he once again, I guess, was he still, constrained by that, advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay, so you were using that same form?
Yes,
Okay. And, once again. Okay, and once again, he acknowledged his rights,
yes,
and, he did continue to speak with you.
yes,
Okay, he didn't mention anything, about not wanting to speak with you?
correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No,
And now, past for what years of voluntariness for June 6th, June 1st, maybe?
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner Sullivan, you didn't have him sign for?
well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
And did I say that, or did
No.
Sergeant Sullivan say that?
Sullivan said.
Okay, you want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just want, you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised or told you remember signing the form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing the form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so that I can hear it?
Sure. Do you want to play June 1st?
See, you understand.
I would like to remain silent and that I do not have to answer any questions put to me or make any statements. Any statement I make or any
Mr. It might be best to play it back to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure you want to know what it is you're talking about. We gotta go over your rights that you've done before. I'm not understanding if you're familiar with them, right? As we move along, this is not like we gotta talk in 2 minutes and get out of here, right? If I'd like to talk to you, right? We'd like to get a little, know you a little bit if we could. If there's things that we go along and you don't want to talk about, just simply say like, let's skip that and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, we're not gonna flip the script. Yeah, no, we're not gonna flip the script and start yellow screen or nothing. There's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it. We're just trying to get like our mind wrapped around some of it. Is that fair? Okay, you're familiar with your rights, right? You do me a favor, I'm sure you've done it before. Can you read these to me? You can read your right? Okay. How far did you go to school?
from college.
Okay, where at? Where at? Oh, okay, nice. All right. If you could, what we're gonna do is have you read those and then initial them if see you understand.
I would like to remain silent and that I do not have to answer any questions put to me or make any statements. Any statement I make or anything I say will be used against me in court of law. And I would like to an attorney present before and during the time I answer any questions or make any statements. If I cannot afford an attorney, all will be appointed for me without cause by the court prior to any question. I can decide at any time to exercise my rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. I understand that these are my rights under law. I have not neglected or promised anything, and I have now desired to answer any questions put to me or make a statement.
You understand those? Any questions about those? Okay, could you do me a favor and just like initial next to each line? And then what I'll do is I'll sign it. Have my partner sign it. So I'll write a few things on there and I'll explain exactly what I'm doing.
That's not so.
Yes, sir. And then sign it, my signature and then the date and time. Yep, sign there. Yeah, we'll sign over there, you sign right there. Today's May 31st already. And I got 1:26 p.m. We're ready to do one there now. I'll explain it.
People's Exhibit 27, and it paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And displaying from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute 20 seconds. Okay, 1 minute 22 seconds.
All right. Okay. Come on. So, we did talk after we left, right? No, I think he was. I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, something like for 2 weeks of training. And I'm thinking like, how would I look? Like, I talked to you, I thought we had a great talk, we had certainly, you know, I feel like if I come back 3 weeks from now, probably like, you know, I'm not gonna, I mean, I just thought if we could, we'd like to talk more today, and then know I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want, you know, there's gonna be a gap. Does that make sense? Okay, because I just thought like, yeah, I mean, you know, just same thing, turn the table, right? You guys come talk to me, and 2 weeks, you forgot, then come back for the third week, like, you know, what gives, right? So I'd like to ask if we kind of continue our talk, can we talk some more? Okay, alright, so, again, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, we don't talk about something. There's no screaming on, so we went over your rights yesterday. I'll probably just have to sign this little form, right? Just so you're protected, we're protected. There are, if you want to just continue with this one. Okay, you're still familiar with your rights, correct, right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright. Alright, so,
And I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there's nothing that would be, you know, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts fully aware of his rights, and he's the one who agreed to be okay with not signing that or through with that.
And Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands and make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts is not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they justified, they
He was in
took,
County Green for something else.
he was in County Green for somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
He wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State College. So that
That's correct, Judge.
question of whether or not you understand is out the window for me. The mail detector did offer, he said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. He says the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. And so if there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I don't find are going to deny your objection and find to be voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And, that, June first, interview was audio recorded,
Yes,
and it was also video recorded,
yes,
just like the day before.
correct.
And, that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statements that you took back on, June first?
Yes,
Over the People's Exhibit 29.
Any objection outside of one already?
Outside of my standing objection.
Yes, you'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded,
yes,
and you had a chance to review that audio,
yes,
and it was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording, of the interview back on June first.
yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the, admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I will admit it.
Thank you. And now I also have clips for this. Do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. Acknowledging, clip one. Sorry. Yes, from Exhibit 29.
Straightforward, if you, can I ask you if, I'm not telling you, I'm asking like, did you see her? Okay, so.
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Naziah,
Okay, when were we talking about? Did I see her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And then playing clip two?
And yeah, I think
She, what is,
What's your
yeah,
objection?
all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they're talking about. If she can, if that's the question that was asked, I just actually go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Mr. You have a full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is submitted. If the court wants to review that, I can go back a little further. It just might take a second. Playing from just couple seconds back at 35:58.
See, like, I knew right now, what's going on.
did she ask you that told you?
That's basically what they did.
Can I, if I ask you, I mean, everything you've been saying is straightforward, if you, can I ask you if, I'm not telling you, I'm asking like, did you see her? Okay,
So, at the end of the day, that's not something else.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys talking, who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Naziah Harris,
Okay, and if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
continue with.
When did you go missing, January? Ninth, sort of, if you know, like, how long, when was the last time you saw her before that? Like, when did you,
I was saying 2 days before.
2 days before, right?
2 days before I said.
You were at the house, because you're in the time, yeah.
And like, what, 3?
He says something like, keep that tether. Okay, so they have mission for corrections. They sent us stuff and they say, hey, this is where I was, right? He had the invite back. Yeah, but he had talked about the day, I don't remember which day it was, but he had talked about going out to Ypsilanti and dropping off. And he mentioned you were there and he mentioned Zach was there. No, that's why I'm asking, I'm not telling you, I'm just mentioning what he's saying, I'm not saying it, right? But,
Or
okay, you go ahead. Okay, was anybody with you? I don't know, like you said, was there a little girl with you or a younger lady with you? Or you were by yourself? Was he right over there also? Okay, no, I'm just ready. Okay.
and flip 5.
Alright, so like that night, like after you dropped off and did all that stuff, tell her, did you stay at home that night? No. Alright.
And flip 6.
How she would text you off her phone. But they said she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number?
Yeah.
Or from an app, or from?
I don't know if it was an app or it was anything. But
She texted directly to your number?
It was a phone number.
It would come in as a phone, like he said, I believe you, like the technology is not aware, but it was coming in as a phone number. Alright, okay. That makes sense.
I would get a call from the number.
Okay, same number?
Yes, I don't know.
Okay, did you have it locked in as her? Or? Oh, okay.
So maybe
And flip 7.
Like that's your phone and that's her number she was texting you from, right?
she's texting this is this is
I have pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Potts at this time?
we printed out a copy of the text now messages.
And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yeah.
Continuing from 7 seconds.
This phone number right here.
Alright.
And then if it's sent, that means that she sent it. And if it's received, that means that he replied something to that account. So this is from a text now app is what they told me.
Okay, so I don't know what that is, but I know it was a phone.
Yeah, that's very okay.
Yeah, so
It converts to a phone number.
Okay, so
And flip 8.
yeah, that's what I explained to them.
Okay.
But this is the only thing.
this is a weird one here, like from her, like send okay if you've seen this message so I can delete your number.
Yeah, I told them I didn't understand what that meant.
Like she's deleting the messages.
Like I didn't understand what that meant. Like why the fuck did you say that? And you said I responded. I said okay. Like okay, I don't meet you. I'll be over to the house when I get done. You know, so I'll be over there to give you that money. So that was, you know, I would never. I would pay them maybe that day or so.
Okay.
Or I'll pay them
The next day.
the next day or so. You know what I mean? So
How much would you typically?
And flip 9.
Didn't know if she was.
But so you see, you saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look fat to you? She didn't look bigger, like she might have been showing. Was she wearing baggier clothes? You didn't notice anything different, like face getting rounder?
I didn't have that. I said I
No, when you just saw her, I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize a change. When you see somebody and then you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. She looks the same to you. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that?
Like I told the last detectives, she said something. But I was like, what? She's like, I don't know what she was saying. It was like she wanted to get pregnant. It wasn't when she was pregnant or something. I was like, girl, I'll beat your ass like that. You know what I mean? And she was like, I was just playing.
See, that's the opposite. That's
Look, 10.
So,
Go back and play that one more time, the last one.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
didn't know if she was.
but, so you say you saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look fat to you? She didn't look bigger, like she might have been showing? Was she wearing baggier clothes? You didn't notice anything different, like face getting rounder? No, when you just saw her, I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and then you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. She looks the same to you. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that?
Like I told the last detectives, she said something. But I was like, what? She's like, I don't know what she was saying. It was like she wanted to get pregnant. It wasn't when she was pregnant or something like that. I was like, girl, I'll beat your ass like that. You know what I mean? And she was like, I was just playing.
See, that's the opposite. That's
Sitting to clip 10.
So, this, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I get she's young and then she's an initiator. And I also get, there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. We're not gonna, we don't want to deny it. When I say we're coming to a fork in the road, what I'm trying to say to you is, stay on the same path with me, okay? Because you're hurting, you are hurting with all these people coming forward. Your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Okay. Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. And this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it, right? So this starts here in March. 23? Yes, 2023. And this is where she's identifying who she is, okay? And this number here, it's all your number. And it's all your number throughout all the pages, okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person deleted the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account, and it's on the jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you've searched is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break the pattern. And I'm trying to get you to stay with me to break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when you got locked. And it may have started before that. But I think you got a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. It's all right. Can you call Nana yourself? These are going to be different conversations, right? She's giving Nana's number. It's very clear that this is her. She has sent all these messages, and then you finally reply.
And you said a lot of that.
I called already. And I see she's hitting to see, she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she? Was she going through your time or something?
But I told her, I said that as well.
So here's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and the next minute she's crying. She keeps falling for people traps, and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You replied, no. She says, and you asked her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? By stop messing people and just be mine. That's not wrong context. Alright, so when this wasn't meant like that, it's a typo. Okay, so then I see here, there's like a bunch of missed calls and different things. I see there's a pattern here again. She's constantly, where are you? Where are you? Are you coming to get me or what? What's going on? Yes or no, it's getting late, right? Alright, so here she's sending me pictures. Do you remember what these pictures were? Those are in a separate folder. Whatever pictures she sent you. Did she ever send you anything that maybe she was trying to see if she looked cute or not, that you shouldn't have had, that you hurry up and that I received it? Yeah. You received it, we know that. There's pictures, so what I'm saying is this is just a text message. So here it tells you each time there's a message on it, right? Alright, so this is still, we're still in March. Okay. Then you sent something here, I'm coming to get you. And she says, what do you mean? You said, you heard me. And she replied, you can't do that. And then she said, she's leaving me going to lunch. Love you. Right? She always said, love you. All of you? Like, love you, like. Okay, it was like, so like an uncle love? Oh. That's why we're talking them through, because things can get confusing, right?
Someone else read it from the outside and twist it.
Alright, and we see when she sent another message, she's telling you about how she's high, right? So you're like, so? And then why are you mad? What are you doing? What does inch mean? Nothing? Then back and forth, you come to get me. Then she says here, you can only text me by this number, don't text the Google Meet number no more. Okay, but then she finally got this app and that was like a consistent number. So after this Google Meet, then you're like, yeah, because I think that might be around the time that she got in trouble. So she got her some phone. They talked about she got a phone taken away. Several taken away. Several phones, tablets. Yeah, so I see that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here about call her, it's all like trying to get your call around. Okay. And just make sure it's going down just around. I love you in there. Pull up. And then you met me. Why would you want to I see all these sent to him, right? We're still only May. It's May. What you doing? Good morning. I miss you.
stop thinking about you either. I said, yeah, so he says, so she said here, I can't stop thinking about you, essentially like, I can't stop thinking about you either. So that was how that is. So, that's running around with something? Okay. When was it? That was in May of last year. So this is around the time that she got something with her mom? So, mom here, so now, wow. So we'll see if we figure out what happened between her and mom. But she keeps asking, like, don't be mad at me. Like, can you tell me why you're mad at me? Do you remember why? Maybe because we're ignoring her? Or because you were busy? Well, you know, kids, if you check them back right away, they get stressed. Alright, so sent, back and forth. Something about I told you not to go into my room. Why did you take my stuff? Did you take something out of the room? I found took her mother auntie to the laundry man. And I guess one of the bags was open. And I said I found some areas. And I said I was in the room when I was in the house. So I put everything, which is I just got my room and some shit like that. Okay, so this was some laundry bag broke open and you found her and I found a couple of other things. I didn't know which bags they were. Well, I mean, were they big, little? No, they were. My daughter was like this. Okay, they could have been her. Alright. So here's a bunch of sent, where you at, I'm gonna call. Then we're gonna get to this one, which is, this is where we're gonna stay on the same path, okay? Can you read this one? Didn't I make you come faster than ever? I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you? Was this? Yes, you tried calling her. So then it goes back and forth. Then she sent you, this is in June now, okay? You going to hit it from the back again? I don't know what the fuck that is. And then you asked her, send me some more pictures, please. So send me some pictures, please. That's what you said. Yeah, so what pictures did I send? You said, send me some pictures, please. Well, that's probably the next page.
So let me something, man. And like I said, going kind of back, I'm just at that. Remember what I said about, is there something maybe she's, you know, I'm not saying you're a victim, but is there something that she's saying to her, playing with you, right? Did she ever say anything like, you know, I like you, you're sexual, anything like that, right? That's why I was asking, right?
This is hard to talk about.
It is.
Well, you're really talking about it because at the end of the day, these are some of the questions that I would ask the detectives. I didn't have a sexual relationship.
That's it, all right.
We never had a sexual relationship.
Never.
No. Like I said, some of these things.
Flip 11.
So this is where you're going to like entertain the thought, this is to talk with her.
So I want to ask you this, and don't
Mr. Griffin, I didn't hear anything that last clip.
I can replay it.
So this is where you're going to like entertain the thought, this is to talk with her.
So I want to
this, don't
Thank you.
Wait, all that? Flip 12.
I mean, when you're at the scene, like, send me some pictures of her after she's asking you if you're gonna hit her in the back again.
Like I said, I didn't know what that, as far as that goes, but send me some pictures. Like some pictures, like I remember getting some pictures like her and all that shit, outfit or something like that.
Yeah.
And flip 13.
Alright, then we're back to the, are you coming over? I missed you, good night, call me. Then you randomly send her, and June 26th. I want some pussy.
No, that wasn't, I didn't text that to her. I didn't text that to her. I texted that to her. I texted that to my baby's mother. So I didn't text that to her. So like I said, maybe
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I agree.
You text this to Shannon?
yes.
So this would be in Shannon's phone?
Whatever that number is that they use, like I said, I got.
So Shannon sends you text messages on there too?
I sent her some text messages on my phone. Like I sent it to their.
So you can have some whenever you come get me, call me when you want to tell you something. You can get some today. Now here's where you can get some pussy. This is all within seconds of each other.
Okay.
Now here's why this is not Shannon.
Why is that not second?
Because the next sentence is, tell her you have an inspection tomorrow and you're coming early. And this is discussions about, so you can call grandma.
Yeah, so then, like I said, I've never had a sexual relationship. Anytime I act, it's different. I just go to the So, as far as this goes, I do remember this one. These.
So this was meant for Shannon.
Yeah, those were.
Was she using, she never asked you, like, did anybody else say, hey, this is me, this is her phone, right? That's what I was asking, a stranger, for anybody, yeah.
So,
Would Shannon send this?
like Shannon called me from this number before, texted me from this number before.
Okay.
My phone was broke. Okay. So she did it a couple of times.
Okay.
Now, like I said, this one, whatever the case may be, I remember getting this one because I was doing like inspection, but I never came.
Where's the inspection?
Like if you told them that there's an inspection in the shop, so
Oh,
they're supposed to come over and
yeah.
tell you.
Never, no said I'm sure you get, I would just get them and just grab the back, and like I said, they would be gone longer than an hour.
All right, and so are all these good morning, babe, I love you, missed you, are you naked? Is this all, we're assuming Desire, this is, she's sending them. Are you naked? I don't want to get naked. Are you mad that I didn't? Alright, so now here's where some pictures come in. This is the fit for today, which was her outfit. And she sent another picture. This is sent, and then you send her, but I can't nut inside you, so it's different.
Like I said,
And she says, why you can't, didn't you do it before? And you said, but I had to buy a pill to do it.
I never first, like I said, I never had.
What kind of pills you talking about?
As far as any of this goes, man, me and Shannon have 6 or 5 kids, we have 6 or 5 kids. I understand Shannon, of course. Like I said, if I was texting anything like that, it was strictly because of that. That's the bottom line. I've never had a sexual relationship because I had.
So you're saying that's probably with Shannon? Yeah. How do you know?
I know
Okay, I said, I'm trying to differentiate, how do you know when she would take over that phone now? Okay, do you remember typing that?
which one.
The
I can't nut inside you.
you remember the conversation. I just don't know how, like, from reading this, we can't tell like who you're talking. So it's not.
So in here, she's talking about, all this is sent, look at how many she sent you. All back, boom, 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 all within the same amount, right? And she's apologizing for something. I didn't go see anybody, I swear, I came straight back. My friend lives right down the street, she didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. I'm sorry, please, I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear.
Yeah, I remember that was, cussed her out. She telling me, well, she didn't tell me shit, I heard that she was out about 1 o'clock in the morning, or 2 o'clock in the morning. So I checked her about it. That's what she was, I went down the street to see my friend, and I went down there, and I went down there, something down there. So,
But why is she calling you vague? You never corrected her on that?
I always corrected her on everything. I always corrected her.
I was only out for 5 to 10 minutes, you didn't respond to none of my messages, so that's all in here. Stop ignoring me. Then she says, if you don't believe me, I'll send you my Instagram password. So she sent you her Instagram and she gave you the password, her Gmail password. I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth. I just want to make your day better. So, like, looking at this, and whether you felt the same way, she thinks she's in a relationship with you. Because how she's reaching out to you, she's confiding to you, she's calling you babe, she's saying I love you, she's apologizing, I didn't do this, don't be upset, stop ignoring me. Those are all things that I guarantee every one of the other women that get pissed off at you or whatever, you guys probably go back and forth and say, this is not a niece-uncle conversation. You may not have been looking at it a certain way, but she's looking at you a different way. Does that make sense?
Click 15.
So there's like 2,000 messages. I'm not going to try to sit here and read them all, right? So this is where, back up a little bit. This is still in June. A lot of stuff going on in June. Are you still picking up Janaya? And then you asked when, she says today, you said no, she said why, and then you said, it's just me and you, because I was never picking her up. She says, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. Okay, but why would, I get it, let's say you didn't, but then why say that to her?
It was just me and you, because I wasn't going out there. I thought I had other things to do that day, and I was like, I do this thing, I do that. It was just me and you, but.
So that's out of context too. Alright, so this is still the same day, right? She said, let's get back in here. Because I was never picking her up, I really liked that. You really didn't want her there, no way. That's what you said. I know I didn't want her there. This is not, I'm not picking her up, this is.
Why? I should have said it. Why?
Because she do too much in your mind. Mind.
I said,
Meaning, and Shannon said that she said no for today. I know she said no for today. And she says, the meaning is your mind and mine only, the dick and all of your mind. So
that's what I heard.
this is about where you said.
That's what I heard. I said,
This is about the time that you said.
oh, this is all close to the aspects, especially on the time.
That was like blew your way. Talking about your dick. she says, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours.
It's entertainment, so it's not like.
Role playing.
Entertainment, sit around and see how you go with that. So,
She's taking a little time to learn, it's probably filling out there.
You're still
Let's see.
it was never sexual, it was never physical, it was never sexual, physical.
well, this is sexual.
I'm saying as far as physical, like the
Right.
context was.
Okay, so just so you understand, this is sexual.
Right, the context was. The context was all sexual, sexual.
You're saying.
You're talking about
this
you
is-
just
this is
never
had sex
went and
with.
did it.
Right,
Okay,
so it never happened.
so this is like sexting. Okay. I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours, all of you. This continues into, you're agreeing here that this was sexting and you were entertaining it, but you never followed up on it.
So that was probably that, somebody that was never followed.
Right, that's what I'm saying. This is,
Just role playing.
you were just sitting there talking and you got to follow up and it continues. I'm just,
Look, 17.
okay. These pictures that she sent, what were they pictures of?
A few pictures of that series that around the clothes and stuff like that.
And who didn't do anything? So what? Describe the pictures to me. If I didn't know what the picture looked like, describe what it would be.
There's a few, like it was a mirror that was in front of things.
What was she wearing when she was in the mirror? Did she ever send you new photos of herself? You took it in? Were they viewed like top to bottom or? But you could tell who it was.
That was a little bit hard to hear. What photos? How do you describe the photos?
He described one of the photos that she had taken a picture in the bedroom wearing like some lingerie, nighty clothes. That some of the pictures, she was nude, that she was nude from top to bottom. That some of them were a little blurry, but he could still tell that it was her.
Look, 18.
Then here you asked her, this is, now we're in July.
I'm just gonna pause at 6 seconds.
Judge, may we approach?
Please. Let's take a 5-minute break. And just move on. Rest break. Come back.
Okay, me trying to figure out why in the world they were silent. Hold on. I think this was the end of that. Ooh, wait, hold on, let me see. Okay, me trying to figure out why in the world they were silent. Let me see. Because I remember towards.
And we'll come back to 10 o'clock.
Okay. So whew, the baby, that was a lot. That was a lot, but it was very, very informative. So, I think at the end of that video, she pretty much told them that they are going to break until 10 a.m. the next day. So that day would actually be January 9th, and that is the last day for the rest of the testimonies, as well as the judge's ruling on what is going to happen, because he was initially charged with some charges, and then his charges upgraded due to what was discussed during the preliminary hearing. Now, I did find a social media post. It's this young lady who has done a deep dive into this case, and she has posted some very helpful stuff, and just like text messages, phone calls, all that other stuff. So I am going to be working on posting those for you guys. And I'll probably end up coming back later on live so we can kind of discuss that. But this one was very, very informative, because we got to look at, well, not got to look at, but well, we actually did. We got to hear some of the forensic specialists, some of the experts, some of the detectives, and their work. They pretty much told us about the blood stains that were found on her sweater and things of that sort. And then they also talked about the text messages between Jarvis and Naziah. Now the crazy part is this man was saying that those messages were meant for Shannon, or Shannon sent me those messages. Clearly it was not. And so to kind of give you guys a context, a visual context, I will be going over those later on this evening. And there's no possible way that those messages were meant for Shannon at all, or those messages were sent by Shannon in no way, shape, form, fashion. So definitely tune in. Thank y'all for rocking with me. We've been on here for 4 hours. That is the fourth day of the preliminary hearing. Tomorrow is going to be the last day that we cover the January 9th preliminary hearing, which was the last day for that. And then we will be all caught up, and I'm going to introduce some more stuff when it comes to this case so we all could be on one accord. But definitely thank you for rocking out with me. Definitely support, whether you're liking the video, sharing the video, sending any super thankses or super chats, cash apps, whatever the case may be. Thank you guys for rocking with me and supporting. Once again, don't forget to comment, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until then, until this evening, you all be blessed, and I'm out. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you. Bye, y'all.